then we shall close it there. So at this juncture, I invite Victor to take us through this session. Please, this session will also form judgment, because it will give us an idea of what you guys are doing.
Welcome everyone. We hope you came with a little more energy, because this session is it's not going to be as intense as yesterday's, but it's going to require for some physical energy. Prototype development. So what we hope to cover this session are the goals or purpose of prototyping and the various methods of prototyping. In this case, we'll really mostly focus on the methods that are most relevant to what you're doing. I'll start off by asking, does anyone know what a prototype is? No? Okay. In simple terms, you would more or less define it as a tangible representation of your idea. Typically, when we are prototyping, our goal is to develop something that would enable you to test or identify or verify the various assumptions that you might have had when you are developing your solutions. But as a tangible representation, it allows for your end users or your target audience to have an interaction with your various solutions. And then overall, its intention is to give you the required information to basically refine and better your solution. In prototyping, you would typically use methods of you basically apply different methods, but the intention is to come from a low fidelity representation to a high fidelity representation. And in this process, you are sometimes using detailed sketches. You're also storyboarding. You're using various scenarios and role play. And then of course there are certain detailed representations like wireframes. How many of you have wireframed before? Yeah, that's good. So a lot of these things are not very foreign to some of you. But usually when you're wireframing, maybe who put their hand up first? Maybe you could tell us what process you go through when you're wireframing.
Okay. Personally, I use a piece of paper and a pen, and then you start drawing. Let's say if you're building a website, you start drawing a screen, and then you show what you would imagine showing on the first page, and then you draw maybe a picture, and then you draw a box, and then you put some scribbles to imitate words, showing the layout of the design. and then show different screen of the whole websites, drawing them as boxes.
Is that a similar? Is there anyone who does it any differently? Yeah. Oh.
Personally, I use a digital tool called Figma to design such prototypes, whereby you design that's how you whereby use this Figma to design how you want the system to look like, the user interface, the buttons you put in, the colors you want, and some of the key features that you want in the system.
Thank you. Yes, so I imagine we all follow a similar process, one that is physical on paper and another that is digital. But what would typically happen is once you have that wireframe, sometimes in order to enable you to have it interface with your users, you might even go a further step by creating mockups. And these mockups enable you to sort of create real life interactions where you can role play, or where you could even have things like mockups enable you to go through the various phases that your that your solution would go through in order to interface. Another thing that helps us with a prototyping is storyboarding. Typically, you would also want to envision how that solution plays out, but also what differences it makes in the user's journey. And a typical example of a storyboard would be similar to what you had mapped out as your journeys, because you'd basically make use of that to see how different this previously mapped out journey would look once there's a solution at play. So, but overall, some of the things that we just need to really remember about prototyping is you are really, it's helpful for you to start from low fidelity, because remember, one of our intentions is to fail early and learn quickly. So you basically start from low fidelity prototype, have it used, have it tested, and then you basically be looking out for the necessary feedback for you to make the necessary refinements. And once you have that prototype, you just need you at the back of your mind, you need to remember that it is not your very last. You in the design process, you are basically going to keep iterating, and by that you will very continually be creating, testing, learning from the testing, improving, and then testing again. But then another key thing about prototyping is when you are creating your prototypes, you should also remember that you are also testing very key, important features of your solution. Rather than testing it in a very blanket way, you need to be focusing on very key features that would help contribute to the necessary modifications that you need that are required for you to refine your solution. And then of course, it would be good for you to be creative in ways that you're building your prototype. And this creativity is really in reflection of who you're going to test that prototype with. Let's say if it's kids, the version of the prototype that you are testing needs to be packaged in such a way that they will give you the necessary feedback, but they'll also be receptive of the prototype once it's received, versus if it's grown-ups. So at the back of your mind, your testing audience has to guide this process. So we'll get straight into the activity. We all have solutions that we're working on. I imagine some of them have been slightly modified due to the conversations we've been having over the last 2 days. And then also very readily being informed by the How Might We's who were using yesterday. We're going to run through an activity where we want to then begin to appreciate within our solutions, what assumptions might we have had within these solutions, and then how might we test those assumptions, and then finally, what might those prototypes look like? And these 3 questions are really helping us plan for the creation of that prototype. Does anyone have any questions? Or is it clear for everyone? I'll take that silence as a yes. This is going to be a 10-minute exercise. So in your groups, you need to be thinking about, begin by reflecting on your solution, and then begin to think about, okay, let's break it down like this. You need 2 minutes to reflect on your solution. So on the fresh pieces of paper that we've put before you, you could start by writing out the solution. And that's, okay, I guess that's 1 minute. That's 1 minute. And in the next 2 minutes, you start thinking of the assumptions that you had about that solution that you'd want to validate. In the next 2 minutes, you need to be thinking of how you'd want to test those assumptions. And the next 2 minutes, how many minutes are those? Those are 5. And then the other 5 minutes is just be thinking about what your prototype, you'd want what your prototype to look like. Okay. An example is if you had, I'll get back to the previous example I was using. One of the examples is, let's say, this is a prototype of an application. Yeah, of a task tracker application. So before you, so in terms of defining the solution, so you're really writing out your solution. So the solution is, I don't know, to track daily tasks. Then the assumptions that in this case you'd want to test out is maybe you are assuming that it's easy for someone to click. So assume in if this task tracker, let's say, is supposed to target the elderly. Let's say it's supposed to track how they take their medicine. So now you are assuming that the elderly can very easily navigate your user interface. So of course you're making assumptions that maybe the sizing of the icons is the right size. You're also assuming that they are very accustomed to right scrolling, or scrolling left, or scrolling upwards. So those are assumptions. So in order to test them, so once you have those assumptions, then you also begin to think, how do I test these assumptions? Am I going to create a prototype where you have a series of wireframes lined left to right, or up and down, or a series of icons that are very, very specifically sized, or are they small, or are they big? That kind of thing. But then also in terms of maybe the arrangement of the pages, like if you came from this page, is it easy to go to this other page, to this other page, to this other page? And then of course finally you plan how to test you basically plan what form that prototype would take. So in this case, on the left, you have a mock-up where you have, for lack of a better word, a mock-up of a phone and its screen. So you know that when the user is holding it, they will come from left to right from left to right per screen, or up and down per screen. But then on the right, you have a role play integrated within your mockups. You sort of want to appreciate that when people are using this particular application, maybe they are seated at their desk, and you want to maybe also appreciate what other distractions are around that desk, but then also how their reaction to some of the things that would pop up on the screens. So is that clear? As an example, is it? Any questions? Okay. So yes, we start by writing the solution, and then writing the assumptions that we currently have about the solution. I imagine there might be a broad spectrum of assumptions, but you could choose at least 3 to 5 most pertinent ones. And then you go a step further by trying to understand how you might test those assumptions. And then finally, how you might package the testing. So what the prototype might look like. Okay, we have 10 minutes for this. First minute is writing your solution.
break. Are you guys done with your prototyping? Yes. So we are, as usual, we are going to have some prototype presentation. So you guys are going to present your prototypes before, but maybe before we add anything, Okidi, you would like to introduce to us some visitors? We have some visitors, yeah. Katendi is the visitor. The other gentleman. That's all. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, who wants to go first? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tashiria Treasure from Empire Youth in Technology. So, we are going to present our solution. Okay, our solution first. Our solution was to develop an AI-powered application that connects CSOs to social media users or influencers with a big following to enhance their visibility. So, we also came up with assumptions which we would use to develop our prototype. Our assumptions were based on a user-friendly interface, easy creation, content on social media, campaigns, and selection of social media influencers. So we also had we also made an assumption of an easy-to-use dashboard to monitor social media campaigns and performance engagement. And we continued to look for a way how we are going to demonstrate this. So we decided to use wireframes, which we have here. So for some of our users this side, we start with the flash page. Shows more about the app, like media. That's the logo empowering you. Then we have two types of accounts. We have accounts for the CSOs, influencers, but we are going to talk more about the CSOs time, since they are more based on our assumptions. So we have different ways how these CSOs can interact with our system. Either they can start a campaign or create content with our AI or monitor their ongoing campaigns. They can also see the previous performance of their previous campaigns. So let's start a campaign. So when you get to a campaign, let's say you are a CSO that already has its content and they are all well laid out, you can upload them using this button. And when you upload them, the AI analyzes all the content, giving you all the targeted content creators or influencers that you can use that can easily align with your target audience. Or if you don't have the content, you can go to the automatic content creation AI that will help you and guide you on how to create your content so that you can serve and target your audience effectively. So you can also input the budget. The budget helps you to determine how best. It helps you to determine what kind of results you're going to get out of the campaign. So it is also essential. So once the AI has already analyzed all that, it gives you the targeted social media users that can easily bring you the targeted that you want. So we can also see, on the other hand, we have ongoing campaigns, as we talked about, a dashboard to monitor social media campaigns and performance engagements. We have this is where it is. So we have a dashboard that helps you to ascertain all your ongoing campaigns. And these campaigns include, let's say you have like 3 campaigns running. You can first see an overview of the campaign through that small listing. But if you want an elaborate overview of the whole campaign, you click that button, then you enter on this dashboard. So it can show you how far, like the target, how good, like how the progress of the targets that you had set. And at this point, you had get of 90. You had hit most of your what requirements to make sure that this campaign is successful. So over, let's say 100,000 engagements. Then you can also see specific performances of specific social media content creators and influencers. So that's majorly it. Yeah, that's all.
Questions?
Do influencers have to sign up or get onto that platform, or are they added automatically?
Yeah, they have to sign up. This solution is majorly to empower both CSOs and help those youths out there who don't have employment, majorly, or those who want to earn an extra income, and leveraging on their social media, whereby find a person has over 500 following on Instagram. They can use that following to help them to earn some income by using this social media, by using this platform of ours here.
So will it facilitate payment? Can a CSO pay directly through the platform to the person who is influencing their content?
Yeah, it will. We shall integrate payment so that when you hit the target, your payments come in immediately, and it can also help CSOs to optimize their results based on their budget size as well.
My question is it specifically an app, or it can be accessed even on the web as a website?
So if we get all the required resources, we look forward to make a cross-platform system which serves both iOS, Android, and web-based applications.
On the question of values,
Yes.
because I am seeing your login. There's the CSO and influencer. Now imagine I am an influencer whose role all the time is to just post pornography. So how do you sieve? Because the influencers who are actually doing that kind of work must be those whose values align to yours. So how can you sieve so that that someone who is known for influencing on pornography is actually not influencing on something as serious as this? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Tarima Smith, and I'm from Empower Youth in Technology. Maybe Mr. Okid is asking about that. We didn't show the flow of this. It's just how these influencers will be registering into the application. When they are registering into this application, we are providing them to upload their previous work, what they have been doing. And here, when a CSO uploads its content, the AI is able to read and say, this influencer have been uploading some work which is related to the CSO's work. So when then those influencers are the one listed here, and you pick out your own that you want to use, depending on the budget that you use, because these influencers will also register with their mode of payment, how much they need to be paid for a certain campaign. So when we upload our budget, then the AI will bring those influencers who automatically fit into our budget that we have uploaded, then we take those. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to ask you 2 questions.
Okay.
One, what's your strategy of accessing influencers? Are you getting them from Twitter? How are you getting them? Are you getting them from Instagram? How are you getting them? You know, is your system going to speak to other systems? And then two, what technologies are you going to use to build your system? Both front end, web, database, back end.
Thank you. Let me start with the question of what strategy are we going to use to access these influencers. As a YIT, it has many branches, like many departments. We also have the Department of Media. And this department has been very active in engaging with social groups like youths and musicians. We can leverage on this to access those influencers. Then the technology that we're going to use, we look forward to use Flutter. Flutter is a cross-platform language that we can easily use to make both the front end and the back end. And on top of that, we can still make Android, iOS, and web-based platforms. Then we are looking forward to implementing integrators to help facilitate the payments. Then on the other hand, we are also looking to access foundational AIs that we can use to retrain so that we can enhance their capabilities of fulfilling such tasks.
Yeah. So you've not answered how you are going to, like, if your system is going to speak to Twitter contents, for example, like Abaho normally tweets about us and he's an influencer. So how are you linking your system to what he has been posting, if at all? Because what you said you have a department of media which has influencers. That or you will like get content from Twitter. That's one. Two, you have to also maybe you said you're going to use foundational AI, right? Meaning you're going to pre-train AI models. Are you going to pre-train, or you're going to use AI as a service?
We are going to get these days companies like OpenAI and Meta have been releasing models of AI that are already trained. Probably, most likely, like Llama, the most common one is Llama. So Llama is an AI model that is well trained with. Let me not go into the details, but it's well trained to do most of the capabilities, like text generative capabilities, and it has it's very powerful, and a lot was invested into it, around $3 million, so that they make it fine-tuned. So we can download those foundations, then we build from them so that we have something that is much stronger and much more applicable.
So you will pay like Llama, you will pay Facebook's.
He has actually reminded me of one thing. Llama actually even has calls for grants for particular projects that are leveraging on Llama to provide local solutions. So I think I seem to understand what he's talking about, because Llama already has that package where it's technically there is that access you can have and then use Llama. In fact, Llama even supports you to localize Llama for those purposes.
That is free.
Okay, then the other Twitter question.
The Twitter question, majorly we are still looking into developing a way of scraping through Twitter Twitter pages, probably like using bots, so that we easily understand the type of person we are dealing with. And we're also working to understand, like when the influencers are signing in, we can use know your customer method, whereby they put in all their details and the ways of proving that that information about them is true. So using those methods, we can easily come up with a filtered and fine-tuned profile of an influencer.
Are you planning to use LinkedIn?
Yes.
How will you scrape LinkedIn data?
So that's the most tricky part, because LinkedIn usually does not allow bots in it to scrape through its pages. So we are going to leverage on know your customer, whereby they have to upload in, let's say, like if you're working, okay, most of the influencers don't have some of them don't have like a permanent job, so there's no way they can prove that I'm doing this and it's well aligned to this genre of field. Let's say like it's well aligned to technology, but we are going to use existing platforms. Let's say I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook. We can use those platforms whereby we can easily access them and use scrapers to scrape through their content. Then
So what Alban is asking actually connects what I was asking, how you're going to get influencers on there. Yes, with your media team, you might have some people who you're going to indeed enroll. But if the platform is going to be useful to a CSO, they need to have a diverse range of influencers. So ideally, finding a way to get data from other social media channels would be ideal. And this data sometimes is not that expensive. You can get it through third-party applications. You can buy Twitter data, you can buy Facebook, you can buy, all that. Then when it comes to platforms like LinkedIn, ideally here I'm giving ideas. When it comes to platforms like LinkedIn, you can also think of doing campaigns so that the influencers are clicking on the link themselves and going to your platform. Okay, so you're not necessarily, don't think only of scraping the data, but also think of what if you actually put in and do campaigns where now you're marketing the platform and telling people, hey, if you're an influencer in maybe this area, there's a call, and then someone clicks on the link and they go straight to this. So that's also another way, because you have got to think of the side of what if the influencers actually do not sign up on this platform, or the people you add there are not good enough for the CSOs and what they're interested in, So you have to find a way to make the platform interesting for them to want to go there. And sometimes that works through creating lots of visibility, marketing, and having a good offering. So you also have to think what you're offering there.
Thank you.
I have
Thank
one
you very
last
much.
question. What's the composition of your team? How are there other people?
Yeah, we have a team of 8. Renard the lead. We have software developers, 2 marketeers, and brand people who are more into branding.
Okay.
Then you also have accountants aside there. Then you also have user interface designers.
What's the
That is
ratio
it.
of male to female?
So males, we have 3 females and 5 males.
Okay, thank you.
Because this project is about localization, and then you're also going to be assessed on feasibility, and I think localization should touch on feasibility. Now, is it going to be for the entire country, or is it going to be from Barara district, or is it going to be for southwestern Uganda? That geography has to be well defined. So how are you defining it? Because we are looking at localizing AI solutions. And then also, remember, this is a grassroots. We are leveraging on AI for grassroots. And actually, why this is also important is because when you find NGOs and civil society engagements, defining the scope is very important. There are others who say this is our geographical scope of operation. So that is something you also need to define.
Thank you. Talking about the localizing part, we are looking forward to make sure that this AI taps into almost the whole of Uganda. If we have to look for all the resources and make sure that happens, and the strategies towards that are still going to use our influencers, because they interact more with the local communities, and as well as some of them interact with the CSOs. Well, I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for it. The Lama question is always not easy, but you've done well. Who wants to go next? You can pin your. I think you can pin there. Yeah, the other side.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is the QQ team, and my name is Ainemba Basmedrin. So we are going to have our solution as AI Corruption Reporting and Accountability System, AI CRAS. And our assumptions are user-friendly and easy to navigate. It should be able to allow users to submit evidence-based corruption cases, use AI to analyze and identify corruption cases, store, identify cases in the database for future reference, and efficient follow-ups with relevant authorities to derive accountability. About testing, we have to get a sample of the citizens to test the system, train the citizens selected on how to use the system, provide or allow the trained users to use AI CRAS for some time, for some period, then interview the users to provide feedback about AI CRAS in order to identify areas of improvement. We also have creating a screen showing different features of the system, including the navigation menu. We shall use the layout of a mobile phone. So we were able to prototype a sample of the AI CRAS system, and it's going to be having the following features.
Good morning. I'm Doris from Kick Corruption out of Uganda. So this is our prototype. Our AI will be called AI CRAS. This is the screen, which is having the navigation bar. You have to select the language. Since we are aiming at the local people, the citizens, most of them may not know English, or they may know different languages. So since Uganda has many different languages, we have put a provision of you selecting the language which you want to use for reporting. Then when you click on the navigation bar, there will come the screen for the dashboard where we have home, about us. About us will be having the information about AI CRAS. Then the history. We have put a provision for history in that when someone reports the corruption cases, they are stored. So in case another person wants to review the previous cases, they may click in history and go back. Then we have also put reporting. We have reporting options. This is our main aim, because our AI will be for corruption reporting and accountability system. So we aim at the reporting options, whereby the reporting will be based on the evidence. You have to come with evidence to report. So we shall be having on the reporting options. You can either use a video, You can record an audio or you can text us. You take a photo of the corruption that is taking place. After you submit in, this is the submitting button. Then after submitting in, our AI will analyze and identify the corruption case, and this will facilitate the efficient follow-up by the authorities. So here we have put an example of citizen A, that is a common person, took a picture of an officer embezzling the PDM fund. So this is the procedure that the citizen, because we have already trained them, so they will be knowing what to do, and our AI cross will be user friendly because we didn't put so much technology like that, because the citizens, these local people, mostly they don't know most of the technological things. So it's just you click on the navigation bar and you follow the steps. Then our app will be free. It will be an open system, in that you don't have to log in, because we want to keep the confidentiality of the person that is reporting. So you just download the app and you open. Then it operates. Thank you.
Questions?
Let me just encourage you. You see where you're talking about language. You should not be shy to make the language Ruchiga or Runyaketara. Because once you define the language, remember you're already addressing a language problem. You're actually even coming up with a local solution. So the thing here is, there is a concept we call local democracy. Social accountability is part of, you should look at establishing social accountability, because you're responding directly to social accountability. So you should look at linking your social accountability to local democracy. Meaning you need to define your scope, that you can say probably you can first develop a prototype or your solution to address issues around Chigezi region. And that particular situation can be replicated somewhere else in the language, in another language. But since we are looking at localization, you need to look at how you can, first of all, address it within your local context, promote local level engagement, local level participation in terms of corruption reporting. For me, I think because you don't have to scatter it and say you select a language. For now, you can actually talk about that particular language, because remember, you're dealing with people who may not understand any other language but that particular language. And also your scope of key corruption out of Uganda, where you work. And that is what we now call localization, because remember, we are localizing AI solutions. One, globally, most AI models are trained on Western syntax, foreign language, and then also many other things happen. But for you, you're developing a model that responds to local problems and local solutions. That is what you should concentrate on. And it has to be citizen-led. And citizen-led, because there may be others who have other models that works with other stakeholders like government, but this one you're making the local person participate through that AI platform. Yeah.
For me, I want you to be clear how you're using AI, because how you are using AI, you've explained that journey from screen 1, 2, 3 and stopped there. Yet beyond screen 3, is where AI now is being used. So that journey beyond submit has not been explained very well. Okay, so there you should be having wireframes. We are giving you feedback, by the way, like don't take it in bad faith. Beyond the submission, have other wireframes for it, because I think I had made a suggestion to you. You can use AI to classify those cases. You say this case is an embezzlement case, because imagine I am dealing with 10,000 cases being reported. Okay, I may not have time to really watch all of those videos or go through all of those texts or analyze all of those photos, but AI can quickly classify for me, and you can use even Llama, the way these guys were saying. Use Llama 3, isn't it true? Llama 3 is the current one. Yeah, you can use Llama 3 to quickly classify. There are so many models, foundation models that he was explaining that you can easily use. Now, since we are talking about localization of artificial intelligence, there is a company called Sandbird AI. Okay, so if you can Google more about Sandbird AI, they actually have developed some foundational models on language. I think right now they have like 5 languages. Maureen knows more better about that company. Like right now they have about 5 languages, Luganda, Nyakitala. So you can see whether you can maybe use their API, their link to now do some of your work, okay? Because beyond really that screen, where AI is being used, there is potential, but you are not talking about it, okay? And I will be happy to offer you more guidance.
So you will have to train your AI on the classifications based on the legal definition of what is embezzlement and what is a bribery, all those forms of corruption, yeah. Such that when you upload it and it classifies it immediately, yeah.
Yeah, then for me, you also need to take into consideration the laws of this country. Privacy Act, if you know. Maureen, what's called? Yes, you need to look at Computer Misuse Act, because if you capture my image, my photo, and maybe you are capturing to like someone. Is there anyone here called Sam? No. So if you are capturing Sam in a photo where he's embezzling fund, and maybe by mistake you capture me passing, you capture my photo, I'm passing, but your intention was to do what? To capture Sam. Sam will I will sue you. So those are certain things you need to take into consideration. Any other question?
So I have a request, and maybe it will be to any of you. I need someone to paint for me a picture of a successful process and result of this solution.
Yeah, after analyzing a corruption case in form of a video and audio, text or photo, the AI will be able to identify a corruption case, then At the end, we shall make an efficient follow-up with relevant authorities, and towards the end, it will help us to improve on accountability and transparency for improved service delivery.
Gracious. So how would you differentiate blackmail from real cases?
Okay. Let me assume they took a picture. After AI analyzing and saying this is a corruption case, that's why you said follow up. You don't just go there and arrest. You have to go. Okay, you make some research. You ask around those people, because not everyone is bad. Maybe we are in office, you're embezzling funds. Okay, then someone will say, yes, he does. So that's how we shall first follow up with relevant authorities. Am I clear?
Yeah.
I think, I think you've not answered the two questions, because the first question of Maureen was first demonstrate. Just demonstrate like yourself. You're a citizen. How are you going to use that particular app? Which wireframe you've already put up there? Then secondly, Marshall's question is, how do you ensure quality assurance so that someone is not blackmail, that you're dealing with an actual case? Because I may want to blackmail Alban, and then I take his picture and say he stole this PDM money, and then I upload his picture there. How do you ensure that the picture of Alban that I have uploaded is actually true, that he did corruption and I am not blackmailing him? I also want to give you a solution, which you need to follow. You should consider documents. You should consider documents among, beyond video, consider documents, because these documents are publicly accessible. You can use access to information laws to get, first of all, the budget for schools in your area, or the budget for PDM allocations in your area, or the budget of any other public services in that area. And so you may want to analyze, because corruption, remember that offices are currently have cameras. People who access corruption, you may not even capture them. They might be hidden. So in order for your solution not to fail, you need to actually integrate things like documentation, where you can analyze the allocation vis-a-vis the amount that the funds that end up in the actual service, and then the balance is now what you get interested in investigating. Yeah.
Maybe before Chanwat comes, I have another question for you. So in this country, one of our challenges is cybersecurity. If your system has reported 5 people, they have a potential of putting it down because it's reporting sensitive information. So I can just hack into it and I manipulate it. Yeah, right? So how will you, what is your plan to deal with such cases? Safety.
And they must tell us that.
We are looking at using advanced security measures, including encryption, to protect this app from such hackers.
Okay, thank you so much, the KQ team. My name is Brian. My question is one on the name. Your naming is quite unique in that it has AI already as part of its name. Do you think that is viable? Because AI uptake in the rural areas might be tricky. When they hear AI, they might think that it's a machine that is going to look into some of their dealings. And then I want you to think about it, but I'm not saying it's a bad name. Then secondly, why are you doing this? What is the purpose? Are you looking at probably helping government secure a conviction for someone who has been corrupt or someone who has embezzled funds? Or you're simply looking at exposing the corrupt officials? Because from your explanation of how your interface or the prototype is, you're looking at video, audio, text, and photos. So at what point do you distinguish between exposing somebody and also trying to help government to secure a conviction? And then how closely are you working with other partners? I'll give you an example. You're in the sector on anti-corruption, KQ as an organization, and you know for a fact that for instance GIZ among other organizations are doing something similar. What is that unique thing that is different from all the others? Because at the end of the day, we are looking at one, innovation, originality, amongst other things. So how unique or what value are you going to add to what is already there? Okay? All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Let me just help them with that question. I don't have any personal interest meanwhile, but my interest is localization and workable solutions. That is our project interest. Now, the question of Brian can actually be answered. By the way, as a matter of fact, there are very many applications that monitor, that report corruption, social accountability. You may have heard about Ushahidi platforms, some of those platforms. Now, to answer Brian's question, you can actually answer Brian's question by three things. One, the localization element. That whereas there are many platforms, I am aware GIZ may be working with Auditor General to do the same thing. But the difference between yours and other people is the fact that yours is local. Because corruption can happen at different levels. So yours is a local level approach to corruption. Citizenship, the questions of local citizen engagement. And that is why language comes in as a very important factor. And that is why we are saying you rather use Rujakitara. So I know there is this temptation of wanting to have things that can be used at the national scale. But remember that bottom up is a very important strategy. I want you to get interested in a community in Iran called Lazua. There's a community in Iran called Lazua. Now, Lazua is a global case study for local democracy. That you can have a community. I will tell you also of the work of certain NGOs in southwestern Uganda. Because of their focus in a specific area and compounding effort in a specific area, their areas have become an international case study on how to promote local citizen engagement, on local democracy and issues around citizen accountability. So your strength can actually be the citizens, language, because remember we're already talking about the challenge of data and local data and local language. And by the way, the most profitable data or business very soon is going to be African data. Because the West cannot access our data, they do not understand our language. So if you can get that data locally and use it to train their models. It is the same thing why that Alban was talking about Llama. When you see Llama saying we are going to give you a grant, they are just simply trapping you to provide local data so you can benefit out of it, but later they will also own the data and train AI models that understand your language and data. So focus on one language, citizens, and local level engagement. Yeah.
You want to react?
Thank you so much. Actually, what he said, it's what I wanted to talk about. But majorly, I'm going to talk about our purpose of coming up with such a project is to enhance accountability and transparency for improved service delivery in Uganda, specifically in Kigezi sub-region.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the solution working in my village. I'm from Kisoro, and it's in Kigezi.
Looking forward to reporting corruption cases.
Yeah, thank you, Kikyo. My name is Rosemary. I work with GIZ, and I was so interested in Brian's response, a question, because I'm trying to understand how this project or activity is going to support you better, because what you're saying, my understanding is what you're already doing. So I'm trying to understand the difference of how this project is going to support you to do what you're already doing. Because what you're saying, my understanding is what you're already doing.
Thank you so much for that question. According to our work, like KQ mandate is all about facilitating communities to demand for good governance and accountability for improved service delivery. And currently we have been facing a challenge of absence of reliable data on corruption cases. And indeed, this app, in case we come up with such a system and it is implemented, we shall be able to get reliable data on corruption cases. Then we make follow-ups with relevant authorities. And I think this is the reason to why we think this app is going to be more effective than the already existing anti-corruption efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next team. The question is hot. Eh? Are they hot or hotter? You use the same methodology.
Yes, maybe, just for information, maybe what is not true is there is actually data on corruption cases. What is not there is that information in the local context. But the information is there. If you want any information about corruption, that is there. You can find it anywhere. But contextualizing it into local content.
Actually, so that's why I kept saying when you click submit, what happens after submitting is very important. It's where your niche is. So that's why he's saying that's where now you can get this other data. Yeah.
Actually, I think there is, you need to actually have a component whereby you can use already existing data and how that existing data can actually help you also advance that course. So you also think about it because that data is actually available. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sima Timothy from Yahweh Foundation. Our solution is to have an AI-powered centralized database and analysis tool for NGOs and CSOs. The assumption that we came with due to our solution, it's our assumption number one is to have an easy interface navigation. So we would like to come up with interfaces which are user friendly. Another assumption is clearly stated attributes, meaning that our system, we are aiming, it should have the clear stated attributes. So we have faster processing, but this one, like we wanted to have it, to AI it out very well, that our system should be quickly accessed by any user from any NGO or CSO. Then another assumption, it is responsive to all devices. Here, what does this one mean? It means that our system should be able to run on multiple devices like PCs and phone. Our assumption test is number one, we have getting feedback from users, meaning that our system should be able to give feedback to the user to satisfy his or her problem. Then, and testing it from different devices, like how I've told you earlier that it should be able to run on both the computer and the phone. So we used also wireframes for our interfaces. So this one, it is our homepage. And our homepage, it has a logo. Then it has our, like the title of our system, that is the CNAS, the Civic Neuro Analytics System. And our homepage, it consists of 2 buttons. The 2 buttons, we just use the 2 buttons such that we avoid that distraction, since one of our assumptions, it is easy interference navigation. So if someone presses this, the first button, it's an analysis button. So if some, if an organization, let me first explain this more. If an organization, it doesn't have an account with our system, because you know that like a system like this one, you should be able to register so that you get an account which will be enabling them to do what, to upload their data and enable them to get what they don't have. So we are assuming that now an organization have already an account. So they are able to come on upload. So on our upload button, it will take you to an interface where you will be allowed to upload data. So in uploading data, we have these 3 descriptions. So the first description, you will have like if my organization is going to upload some data like financial reports or the administrative reports, you will have to have the document title. So what's the title of your document? What are you going to submit? Then another thing, it's the document type. Is it a financial, a healthy, or a different document? So here, like the administrators or anyone who will be uploading, you can have a small description about what you're going to upload. So after having all this, one will be able to attach a file. Like if you are on the PC, you can be able, you say attach, then they bring your storage location, then you touch on it, then you upload. Now like this one, the analysis, it's used for the organizations. Like if an organization is looking for some data, since we say that it to have a centralized database, meaning that we shall be exchanging data since it is a centralized database in a Rwenzori region. So if an organization is like looking for data about a different organization, maybe they want some support or to see how they came up with in order to achieve their goals, you will have to go to analysis. So on analysis, it will bring you to, if you press the analysis button, it will take you to this interface. This interface, it has also 3 descriptions. One with the parameter. So the parameter, it's like the parameters, like which region or which organization or the like in the Rwenzori region. I might be wanting to know the reports in Boma, where our district headquarters are. So meaning it will be my parameter. Then the analysis type, it can be impact, it can be the trend. So you also choose the analysis type. Then the time, this one, it depends. Like if I want to see the information in a given organization from 2015 to 2018. So you will come here, because in our system, it has, we have a calendar, meaning if you choose, the time period will be allocated here. Then you generate. If you generate, the results will come according to what you've entered here. The assumption of responsive to all devices, we said that our system can be run on both the computers and phones. So this one, we just showed here how it runs on the computer, then here how it runs on phone. So that's it. Thank you.
You know, what is very disappointing with your presentation is that you guys actually have one of the best concept papers, but your presentation is actually not showing us anything in your concept paper. Because, for example, if you say an AI-powered centralized database and analysis tools for NGOs, analyzing what? Database for what? You see? It looks like you've not read your concept paper. Because I'm actually telling the people here, they need to know that your concept papers is one of the best. That's seen as concept paper if anyone read it. And actually, all of us agree that that is one of the best concept papers. But it is so disappointing that the best concept paper is actually not reflected in the presentation. And it looks like you are not reading your concept paper. You see, the reason why we are here for 3 days is to bring you an expert like Victor to actually take you through the entire process of design thinking, so that you can now align your concept paper and your ideas to what he actually told you. So this is the last day, moreover, and you seem not to have actually aligned it well. Because even when you're telling me, I've looked at your wireframe, even when you're telling me analysis, you're not telling me what you are analyzing. You see? So you need to you need to actually, when you return for the final pitch, you must be very clear. Like you see, the last two people I've told you, they are like, let me use key corruption out of Uganda. They are actually, for them, you can actually tell and say that they are engaging on corruption. But now for your case, what exactly is it that you're engaging? Analyzing what? NGOs and CBOs, your database, for what? You see? And you see yours, and then the question of localization, stakeholders, which stakeholders? I would have expected that you say, because you're part of culture, right? Which is now Toronet. Because Toronet would actually be interested in an AI-powered analysis of NGOs and database. But now, if, for example, say now, why are we having this database and for what? I think those are questions you need to answer. And when you're coming to, and when you're coming to the final pitch, it must be very clear. Yeah.
Yeah. Before you respond, do you know Power BI? So why would I give you money when Power BI can do what you're doing? I
Yes.
don't see any. Okay, the reason I'm saying that is that I don't see any AI in your idea. I don't see. All I see is that there is a data that needs to be corrected, analyzed, and presented. Power BI does it.
Yes, but if you know Power BI very well, it's a technical tool. And somebody who is technical, those are people that are very lacking in our CSOs and NGOs. The tools are there to do mostly everything, but most of the tools that are available are very technical. And what we are trying to do is to make sure there is a tool that is easy for our not very technical CSO leaders and the NGO leaders to be able to use and get their data. For example, we generated a form and made sure that if we were to just say just put a button, upload your data, somebody would just upload their data and any document and they upload, and it would be hard for us to analyze that data. That's why we came to this form and specify the type of data and which type of data. Maybe you're uploading a photo, or maybe you're uploading a PDF document, maybe you're uploading a chart. All those are different types of data. You can specify here and add another description to specify your data. And we also specified our chart. These days, we have ChatGPT, but it has prompts. And somebody setting up a very clear prompt with AI, a best prompt is what gives us a best result. So we made a list, a small form to specify the type, to improve the prompting methods of our users. So by specifying the data and then analysis type, the time period, all here we're trying to basically customize the prompt to give to our AI. So how does the back end work? If I'm to give a small explanation to my man here, is the one who is more interested in the back end. So when somebody uploads this data is stored in our database. And when it's stored in our database, we use embedding APIs, which are from different, which will be from maybe Llama or even OpenAI. Those embedding AIs can be used to scrap the data you give it in order to analyze different trends and patterns. So it doesn't give them directly. After analyzing this document, it will have this data in the back end, and when somebody comes and give it a prompt, it will be able to give them specific data according to what they want. And when we say data, we mean civic data for NGOs and NGOs. This includes reports, this includes the accountability documents, this includes financial reports, this includes administrative reports, and so forth and so forth. All those documents.
So what is the end objective? Once you've already created that database, we analyze it. What is the end objective?
Our end result is making sure that different areas, untouched areas of our region are basically directly reached. For example, if we keep putting different resources, big resources on same places, resources are not well distributed. So, but by making sure the data is analyzed of the impact of different NGOs, we'll be able to identify where are the gaps that we're missing, whereby we'll make sure that resources are distributed clearly.
Okay, so you're looking at underserved areas and avoiding duplication of efforts.
Yes.
So that is something which has to be very clear.
Mm.
Because someone who read your concept knows, but someone who has not read the concept is wondering what you're talking about. So an AI base that gets service gaps. That's and then indicates service gaps and underserved areas to avoid duplication of effort. That's
again.
So what I'm saying is that you're looking at an AI-powered solution that can indicate service gaps and underserved areas and avoids duplication of CSOs and NGO roles.
What I was trying to say is, I think Mr. Kid is very fair enough. Firstly, he has appreciated the idea, meaning it is good. But where the challenge is now getting the concept and what you've painted. So he's simply saying that use the resources, for example, the technocrats here, to compress the document into something that is painted, that when I look at it, I can say, this one is a man, he has this, so he's a man. Or this one, without guessing, So kindly get the concept, have the technocrats help you to paint a picture that can visibly be interpreted and analyzed by the look of just a picture, Thank you.
Is this the solution that was pitched with boreholes on day one? Can I tell you, that pitch is better than what you have just done today. That showed me what the challenge was, what you were going to do. Today, you're explaining a system that I have no idea what it does, which has already been made clear. So now, he was saying if someone has not read your concept, actually, I'm that someone who has not read your concept, because I've not, that's why I was here on day one to sort of like understand what are the ideas coming through. I understood that idea on day one. Today, I couldn't place it. In fact, I was on the paper looking for which organization you are. So you've definitely done a worse job 2 days after. So I do not know where the missing link is. I don't know if you have not understood what Victor has been explaining this whole time. I don't know where the missing link is, but I understood your pitch better last time than today. And there's definitely a problem there. Because if I'm awarding marks based on today, you've really done badly.
Just like Maureen and Okidi have said, I think the problem is you understand the system better, but you brought someone who doesn't understand it as well as you do to pitch to us. I was even surprised that you sent him it. From my assessment of the first day, you understand this system way better than all your colleagues. Why did you send him to pitch?
Marshall. That's a very strong point, Marshall. You must send your best bet for the final pitch.
This guy understands the thing
In terms of background, who are the developers, who are that we also understand this detail. Sometimes that maybe you need to get a communication very part of this team and around who are going to pick up this idea very well. So what's the composition of our team?
I'm calling I'm a computer scientist, but we are all technical people. We both work on the development and works on the communication.
Do you have a lady on your team? Where is the lady on your team?
Okay, we didn't come with the whole team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the ratio?
3 to 2. 2.
Okay, but you still have a chance after lunch. Hmm?
We are not being assessed.
Yeah.
That's why we are trying as much as possible to give you very high feedback, so that when you're coming to the final pitch, you're integrated.
Yeah, but be very careful when you say you want to use AI to analyze financial data, because as far as I know, AI is not doing well on numbers. So I'll ask you how you will use AI to analyze financial data, and you have no AI still struggling with math. Eh? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. No,
It's good.
I think most of the concerns that I had have been addressed by the previous speakers. Mine is just to encourage you. At the end of the day, we've invested time being here first and foremost, but also we want to live here either different people or financially a little bit, you know. So you need to know that this is a competition. There is a prize at the end of all this. So at the end of the day, if you don't, we cannot disclose. But I need to tell you that there's a reward for this. We cannot bring you here for 3 days and then you will just talk science and data and all that. But we are looking at the top 3. That is what you should focus on. So you're either among the top 3 or in the next round, probably another time. So let us put in our very best. The final pitch time is coming up this afternoon at 2. We hope that all these concerns that have been raised are addressed in the final pitch. Don't mind these comments, just take them in good faith, and eventually, at the end of the day, we'll come out better people. Otherwise, thank you so much for the presentation.
Karibuni.
I think what we are going to do, because I think what we need to do, Victor, is you need to give another 1 hour so that they can work on these comments before the pitch. So I think we may need to reorganize the program, and then after this presentation, you give the 1 hour so they can rework on all these comments, prepare themselves for the final pitch. So maybe we can do the final pitch at 3. Brian, I don't know at what time other colleagues of GIZ are joining us.
So part of the team from GIZ that are coming, we already have Rosemary. Rosemary, if you could just wave. Rosemary is over there. She's from the Central Southwest Hub. Then we have Edward. Edward, are you here? Yeah, Edward is back there. And then Edward is from the Human Rights and Conducive Environment component. Then Martin will join us about lunchtime, as well as our head of component, Mr. Tassilo. He spoke here earlier on the first day. He'll also join us here for the final. Thank you.
So we agree we pitch at 3. At 3 is okay? Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to have lunch, and then from lunch, from 2 to 3, you're going to have a final preparation for pitching. In case you have to make the slides and all those things, I think 1 hour would be enough. So let's have maybe the others left, and then we can. We are here to assist. Don't fear consulting us. Don't feel intimidated. Yeah, we are here to make that. We are here to assist you because we want everyone to have an equal chance. So any question you have, you can approach any of us and ask. Yeah. Don't even fear the judges. Or maybe we leave out the judges from the consultation. The rest of us, you can just consult us. Yeah.
Karibu.
Good afternoon. I'm Kaligira Bije Chigambo, team leader of Girl Potential Care Center. And we are here to solve the problem of knowledge gap and accessibility for young people to access sexual reproductive health and rights information. Giving you a scenario of Katutu, who is a 15-year-old adolescent girl. When she asks about sex education or anything related to relationships, she either gets a punishment or she gets bashed by the adult she asks. So our solution is an AI-powered youth scroll lock platform. We are developing an interactive AI chatbot that will be embedded in the e-magazine that provides illustrative, fun, and educative sexual reproductive health and rights information. We are looking at Katutu, who will be looking for a youth-friendly interface that will not judge or give weird looks. We are looking at an interface that will be easy to navigate. We are also looking at illustrations that are fun and easy to understand. We are also looking at a page where Katutu can easily access sexual reproductive safe space or service provider around her. And we are also looking at enabling Katutu to talk to an AI assistant. This could be a mental health specialist in case she's either a victim, or this could be a health worker, or this could also be a peer. Our interface or our design of the platform will have both the AI assistants, but also have a spot where young people can access the comics to read. When you look at, we've designed our platform to be screen-oriented. First of all, when you're using a normal phone, you look at our platform, it looks like this. If you want to talk to, but the moment you open the platform, it directs you to the illustrative comics that are fun and also engaging. So when you tap on the comics, there will be a pop-up that's a pop-up of a chatbot that asks you if you'd like to talk to an assistant or if you'd like to have a conversation. Katutu will tap on the chatbot, and once the chatbot comes, it will enable, first of all, the chatbot will have a good hospitality to ask, hi, how can I help you? And then also drops options of would you like to tell us your name, or would you like to choose a nickname, so that the platform still enables Katutu to ask questions and her concerns remain anonymous. The moment Katutu feeds the information about herself, then it will straight take you to which person or which service would you like to use. And of the services we have or we will feed in our chatbot, that is talking to a AI assistant who is a health specialist, or talk to a peer, or talk to a mental health specialist who only works with victims. Once Katutu maybe chooses talking to a victim, let's say Katutu is already pregnant, she has already blundered. So the chatbot is designed in a way that we will work with health facilities and young people to feed it data that to feed it data of common issues and scenarios that young girls or young people face in regards to sexual reproductive health or sex education. So the AI will be designed in a way that it can sense the mood of the user in the text and respond in a nice way, nice or calm way. Also, on the part where our AI, our platform will be helping Katu to locate where to get youth-friendly services, we will use geotagging to locate, or Google Map to locate the nearest youth-friendly health service providers. We also have, on the part for comics, most cases we produce comics according to the topics. Let's say if this month we are talking about menstrual health and hygiene management, and probably Katutu has already been on the platform and read that part, we will have page markers where either Katutu can be told, would you like to resume or continue? Or there will be a pop-up of a new episode that has come out to learn either about family planning or any other topic. We are looking at working with already existing structures because our target beneficiaries are young people, and we find young people in schools, homes, churches, and communities. So we will work with organizations that their target areas of implementation is adolescent health and well-being. This will help us to co-create content because the youth scroll log will also be a source of income for the organization. We are not allowing organizations to produce their own content. They are coming to us, to our team members, so that we can co-create with them, so that we can still make money out of the platform. We are also working with schools. Schools normally publish their information on notice board or libraries. Schools have the budgets to subscribe to our platform. So they can either do an annual fee subscription to enable their students use the platform during either computer lessons or during school clubs when we are doing co-curricular activities. Most cases, NGOs have a lot to do. They have resource mobilization, they have implementation, so they are always looking for fun and engaging ways to reach their beneficiaries. This is how we'll be working with CSOs in a way that we will not only co-create with them, but also sometimes push their campaigns. Let's say if Maristops would like to share about morning after pill, so they would partner with the AI-powered youth scroll log to create comical content explaining to Katutu how they use the morning after pill. So this platform is more of a friend, a parent, and a health service provider to our beneficiaries, and also a tool for CSOs to still push their work without putting in a lot of human resource. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah,
Please, my team members, come here.
I don't know whether I should make this statement because the last time I made a statement appreciating people, they returned very badly. But I must appreciate you people because on the first day you were very not sure about what you were doing. At some point you presented about the youth scroll log. The comic part of it was not very clear, but now it turns out that your things are very clear. And I would, I wanted to suggest, why don't you make the name of your solution Katutu AI? Yes, for the localization aspect. And you see, it will make a very compelling story. And this is why I will tell you that. Katutu AI, like you said, it is going to be a parent, a friend. And now Katutu AI will actually be tackling social cultural norms around sexual health, reproductive. Because remember that story of Katutu is a very interesting story. It tells you of someone who is ostracized for asking information around sexual reproductive health rights in that particular culture. So you see how the story can be compelling, because first of all, it is based on an existing story in African culture. There was this cartoon, Katoto. Yeah, you see how Katoto, because it needs to be something people relate with. When you say youth scroll lock, that's an English name. But if your project can potentially mobilize local community to appreciate what AI is. If you, for example, say, this is Katutu AI. Why Katutu AI is because of all those stories, ostracization, and then the solution it comes with. So you actually think about it, because remember the localization component is important. And when you say Katutu AI, you're tackling the localization component in terms of social cultural norms in your society, using a familiar name that people know to buy into what they have to. Yeah, so that is something that you have to think about. Yeah, instead of actually saying you're going to scale up youth scroll lock, you can actually use this opportunity to actually localize your youth scroll up, to make it something that can resonate with the local person. Yeah, and it would actually be interesting for people to begin to understand AI, familiar local stories in their society. That would be a strong point in that, yeah.
Thank you. So we are in an era where, when it comes to the youth, you sort of have to compete for their time with entertainment, with social media, with everything. You and I at this age, we understand that they need to understand this information. But a young person, say in high school, like, it's not the first thing they want to do once they are, let's say, in holiday, they have access to a smartphone or something. When they are in school, it is serious work. You know what I mean? So I'm struggling to understand how you intend to capture that young person using already existing tools that you know they are interested in. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram, they're on everything else. So that, because the reality is technology has made it in a way that people are interested in just being entertained rather than being educated. And so rather than just targeting a person who's already suffering with an issue and they want to find information, how are we going to attract someone who even doesn't know they have the issue, but they are only spending time on other platforms? So if you can paint for me a picture of how you think you can strike a balance with that, I think that would be a good one. Because yes, while schools might play a role, integrate with that, but it depends on who the target is. Where I come from, the computer lab actually is not there in that school. Those which have, they're very few. So I do not think it will have good coverage in schools, because there will be a limitation of that access. But we know that the first thing that my nephew or niece does when they get my phone is they're looking on YouTube, on Instagram, and also, how are you going to use these tools?
Maybe let me respond to that in a personalized way. So in Toro or in Fort Portal, there are always radio programs with skitted, for lack of a better word, obzano. So those skits are the actors or the content creators use gimmick or funny things that will attract young people. As a young person, but also as an illustrator, young people, we don't really like reading a lot of content. So most cases in schools, I used to illustrate comics about the news. Instead of reading the news to the assembly, I just pin the comics of what happened through the week on the platform. So you'll find students swarmed to see what is today's topic. So our content creation will be in a way that if our character story starts with a boyfriend, we are all intrigued with having a boyfriend and how it feels, how we talk to our friends about boyfriends and sex. So we tailor the stories in a way that they are episodal, like they leave you hanging. So you always want to know what happened to Katutu's boyfriend. Did they do the deed? What happened? So we will tailor the stories in a way. We will tailor the stories in a way that all our content is capturing the questions and the curiosity of young people.
The e-magazine is the whole concept was based off, if I don't know if you remember the striker, the magazine football. So so it's based off that, and I believe we'll be able to come up with some extracts which will be maybe on the notes boards, which will be leading them to the platform, but specifically with the SRH information.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would also like to supplement on your idea. This is one time a friend told me that when you miss a lesson on Duolingo, it comes with a gun and tells you like your Duo is angry. If you could supplement your idea with things like the way Duolingo is doing it, it has made learning languages much more fun, because it's very hard to miss a lesson now. I mean, a 50-day streak, because it's always engaging me now and again. And if you could get a way of implementing that, it would be a very good solution to your target audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, Marsha, you have a question?
No, I also just wanted to compliment Katutu's strategy of using the comic bit of things and then attaching a bot, because statistically on social media, on the internet, they say visual communications gets 94% more engagement than text only. So putting there something visual while hiding a chatbot around it, I think is a good strategy to get young people to engage with Katutu. I commend you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so we mentioned that we'll be co-creating content with NGOs. So sometimes they will have to pay us to do their campaigns. Also, we have the part where schools can subscribe annually. Let's say schools normally have school clubs or time for curricular activities. They could decide, instead of bringing someone to talk to the girls, to do a girl talk, they could use visuals or videos that will be on our platform to speak to. So they have to subscribe to access our platform. But also we are looking at an opportunity to do ads for maybe the page that has comics. We could put ads either below the page or on the side. But also looking at the pop-ups and all those measures of us making money out of that platform.
Yeah, for me, I want to supplement on your submission towards her question, the question of branding and marketing of Katutu. When we were growing up, there used to be, I don't know if you guys are very familiar with, we used to have a cartoon called Fiona on our exercise books. And yeah, I think it was also talking about sexual reproductive health during that time when we were growing up. So, yeah.
Very
So
true.
Fiona was not a character. And they used to print Fiona on every exercise book. And when our teachers wanted to motivate us into understanding multiplication, they used to print multiplication behind the exercise book. So whether you want it or not, at the end of the day, you look at Fiona and a multiplication table on your book. So besides looking at the notes board and everything, magazines, can you look at partnering with the people who manufacture these books to popularize the entire Katutu idea into schools? Because like for everything you do, you there is no way you can shun away from schools. Information comes from schools out. Yeah, even to those who are not going to school receive that information. So can we incorporate that idea for branding and marketing? Thank you.
Thank you. For me to ask after lunch, so I won't ask you, but maybe to think of how you will deal with safety as well. I love responsible and safety AI. Because your chatbot, if I ask it a question and it tells me to go and commit suicide, if I ask, I have been raped, what should I do? The bot says, go and hang yourself. Go and you see such kind of thing. So think about it. Those kind of things. I love, by the way, developing chatbots. But so think about how to deal with those areas, or whether if you used the European chatbots, like Okidizore is telling me, European syntaxed chatbots. If you're using those ones, trust me, the prompt, the answers may not be so localized. You get it? I hope you know. I hope you know such kind of things. Okay, thank you very much. Next, Edward Treasure, right? That's the last block. Katutu AI. Eh?
Good afternoon. My name is Treasure Rachel Atukunda, and I'm representing Apex Tech Solutions. So imagine as a CSO having to apply for funding to 50 different organizations, and for each one of those you have to send an application, and on that application you attach documents. Imagine 50 of those. And on the other hand, the other person looking for who to fund is also having an issue having to go through all those documents of thousands of people that have applied, and is trying to look for who can actually fund, who is donor worthy. And so all that takes time, and it does not make sense to us. And so that is why we are coming up with this solution where we want to develop a web app which will leverage the use of AI to build customized opportunities, whereby when you apply, you're into girl child education, the only listing that is going to come to your way is specifically that and nothing else. And then to also build trust whereby there is no way you can manipulate your documents after you've applied, and then you see maybe a bigger opportunity and you're saying, I can also grab this. So to protect the person who wants to fund, we are building trust so that if, for example, GIZ picks a company, a CSO, and gives it the money, they shouldn't, after 2 years or maybe 2 months down the road, they shouldn't find out that actually the documentation was, the whole process was a fraud. So we are trying to avoid that by building trust between the two development partners, and also, and before we do that, we first bring them the customized opportunities, so there's no time wastage. So on that, we are assuming that this is going to be used majorly on computers, laptops, computers, and all that. And the reason is, these are CSOs applying. So we are not expecting you to have company documents on your phone. So we are hoping you're in your space, office space, or something like that, and you're applying. So it is mostly going to be used on computers. And so the web app is going to have a small summary about us. Before you trust us, you need to know who are we, what are we trying to do, so that you don't just enter what you're not sure about. And so after you've read about us, of course, we'll seek for your consent. So we'll have a prompt asking for your consent. When you click it, then we'll ask you to register. And then when you become a user later on, then you can always log in instead of register. And so we are also looking at the user interface, being very user-friendly for people who are very well versed with technology and who are not, and those who are not. And so we are hoping it is very well user-friendly. And so how may we test these assumptions? We are hoping to onboard test users. Like I said yesterday, we are hoping to use the 4 CSOs, apart from us, here as our onboard test users, free of charge. And then we are also going to test it on different devices. We can use iMac, we can use any different devices to make sure whichever computer you have, it can support our web app. It can be supported, yeah. And so we shall also monitor the use of Get Started. The Get Started will be this one, where before
So thank you. So this is a walkthrough through the application. So to start here is like this is the Apex well found. So this is the side of the supporters, the person who wants to find like projects to and individuals to fund. So they will be given the welcome page. They will know about the project, and then we'll ask them to get started. And here we'll get details such as their name, contact, things like their national IDs. Okay, the idea is like we want to first know, to verify you, to make sure that the person who will love to get like the money from you understands you are legit. Then after that, after setting up their profile, they have to, so after you setting up your profile, we'll ask you what you want to be. You want to be a beneficiary from the system, or you want to be a supporter. So if you want to be a supporter, we'll take you this side. So what will happen? First, you will set your goals. So once you set your goals, setting your goals won't be like we'll give you a list. These are the things we want you to select. But it's like a normal kind of question. I want an NGO. I want a given CSO in this particular, let us say like human rights. So you just type it there. So after then, you click search. We use the AI in the background to give you a list of the beneficiaries. So these are the beneficiaries. Then you pick one. So the beneficiaries will have like have the projects they are working on, and those projects will have documents. So using those documents, we will be able to do document translation, analyzing their past documents, so that we can know if they are really donor worthy. If you already applied and you got a fund, are you really now donor worthy? And also in the future, if you are donor worthy. And then after that, on the same profile, you have the ability to either review or chat. So on chatting is like you want to get to know more about the project. Tell me how much have you how much have you raised pastly, where are you located, things like that. That may not be in the in the profile. So after that, once you click review, it will take you to this page whereby you also get a more dense review about the project and the user. And then after, you can say, yeah, it's my time to fund. And after funding, and then you get a prompt to fund, and then they will get paid.
Let me take you through the other side. This side is for the one who is applying for funding. So right from here, like we said, it has two faces. This one for the one giving the fund, this one for the one seeking. So here, after you've given us your profile, you've told us you want funding, so you come here, you tell us what your needs are. Are your needs in education? Are they about coffee planting? Are they about what? So using the AI matching algorithm, we'll match you with the person who is looking for the same person in that field, right? So this one is matched to this one using the AI matching algorithm. And so we ask you for the documents. You say you want girl child education. Do you have the documents? Do you have in this case, the documents might be the audit reports, the progress reports, the CVs of your workers. Is it fraud? Is it a real business? What is it about? And so you upload that, and using the blockchain technology, those documents are not immutable. They are very tamper-proofed. You cannot change them once you've put them, unless you tell us why you're changing them. So that way, if you change something here, this person will get to know, I changed my CV because I've added another level on my education, which is good. And so that reason will be seen by this person looking for you. And so using the documents you've given us, the AI matching algorithm still will match you with the other person on the other side who is looking for the same person in the same category. So they'll give you a long listing where you can now search and say, I want number 1, I want number 2, or something like that. So you single out one out of these, and then here we have like a submit icon. So once you're ready, you've read through what they want, and you're sure you've submitted everything, you click submit. So when you submit, automatically you're added in the pool of the other person on the other side looking for someone to fund. So the pool brings you here. And then this person can review your documents, and if you're worthy, they'll end up here. Thank you.
Questions?
Now, there is something that you need to address, which I think Brian, I think yesterday I was following online, by the way, and I think Brian asked a question and said there is unsolicited and then there is solicited. Yeah, donors up, because anyway, there are two forms of grant making whereby I can advertise and state out what I need. And then I can also not advertise, but still hunt for a partner I can work with. So I don't know if you've addressed that problem, because that is a question which Brian asked yesterday. I followed, and I don't know how you factored in that. And then also the questions of documents, the privacy of those documents, because these are very sensitive organizational documents. How do you ensure that those documents that have been entrusted to you remain sensitive and protected? There is one problem that you people can potentially address, but I see it is not coming up. one thing is, if there is a call for proposals, one thing you should be sure of is that AI is going to be used to determine those who are not qualified. It is not only, by the way, a call for proposals, even jobs nowadays. And we talked about this when we met at Igongo. We say that when UN says, for example, I need a legal expert on human rights, they are going to state they are going to give the job description of that person, the qualifications they want, and then for you, when you just go and apply generically with the way you do your generic things, and those keywords do not appear in your application, AI is going to help whether UN or GIZ to first remove 1,000 people. AI. So I don't know how you factored in that, because remember, AI, you're using an AI solution that is going to interface with another AI which has been created for that. So how are you going to reconcile those two AIs to deliver the outcome? Because if you make just a generic matching tool that does not respond to what the other particular development partner or grant making organization wants, then the AI will actually be misleading. So you need to address that particular question. Yeah.
Why are you eliminating the use of a phone for your solution? For example, me, out of 100 proposals I submit as an organization, I use a phone to submit 80% of them, because the application up in the morning, I am moody, I don't want to use my laptop, but I feel comfortable using my phone. So what are you limiting phone users targeting computers?
Can I respond to that first? So on that question of the phones, our statement is used on PCs mostly, not only. Just like any other apps like Zoom, you can use it on computer and on phone. It is a web app. It is not static for computers only. You can still use on your phone as long as you can access internet and you have the login details that you registered with. Yeah.
We're emphasizing the main features, but there are far more features that we plan to incorporate here. Like, for example, in the chat bit of it, you'll have many other options you could use. If you're on phone, the phone option can appear in case we wish to call directly. Yeah? And the other bit fancy, but would really come in handy. Like, for example, live translations. Imagine you're speaking your local language and Jan is hearing English. But that will come over time. Like, for example, through the Mozilla Voice, we are collecting data sets. We are volunteers in that project, trying to collect as many data sets in our local language that hopefully that will also be possible. Currently, the translations are made in the main UN languages, the French, of which currently here it will also help us because most of the donors are from, most of the funder providers are mostly from European countries, speaking French, speaking German. And for us, most of us at least are relatively comfortable with English. So that live translation would still, I think, help us with that because they can speak their language and comfortably. So there are many other features here under the chat option. I would just generalize and call it a chat, but the details, there are many other details that are not pulled out. Also, something interesting is also about the document translation. Document translation, let's say for the Germans who are not comfortable with the English, these documents can be translated to the language for them to understand better. Because not all the documents that you should submit might be the standard documents, let's say the certificates, let's say some documents are not, there are some custom documents to particular organizations. So the AI will help us in translations AI will help us also in things like detecting fraud. Those standard documents that have their structures, if altered, let us say in fonts and something like that, will be detected. So also AI helps us in that tampering. You will see that someone really messed up, something is not consistent. And about the models we are using, everything we are trying to fine tune to fit our project. So the issue of AI using some keywords and then something like that, this is really going to be fine-tuned for this kind of project. We are not just using random APIs and no, we are going to fine-tune something for our thing. Yes, please.
So thank you, man. So to answer your two questions, there was the first one which had like if the supporters want to post, and the other one if they didn't. Okay, the ones that do a call out for applications, and the other ones who don't. So one of the features we have as a revenue stream will be much of advertising. So on the front, whereby the beneficiaries can know if there is a call for applications, and this other solution we have, the main one will be the one whereby they can really get the applications or can see the projects they want to fund in. Then the other question was about the documents. So it's not a very tricky one. So we have a centralized storage place, that one which is private, but then we do have the blockchain. So we do put immutable data there. So for example, if you added your audits, we still have a link to the private one, which can only be accessed if you are in the platform itself. So it's kind of signed every time you try to access it. So on privacy wise, we are making the project to be like there has to be a bit of interaction for you to access it. Yes.
Your solution is not clear, and let me just give you the reason why. I have read your concept. It's donor matching. That's the concept you presented. Yes, a donor matching platform. Now, you are thinking it too complex, and that is why it is not. And you're trying to balance both. You're trying to work for the donor as well as work for actually the grantor, and you're also working for the CSO. Now you're just failing to create that balance. Why? Because you think you can work for both of them equally. You see where your problem is. Now, and yet if you just took the grantee and amplified, because at the end of it all, we want to build capacity of these organizations so they can get grants. You see? So your solution could actually be as simple as as simple as loading documents of these organizations, certificate of registration, which certificate of registration has the number of years that a particular organization has operated, and then match it to a donor. For example, if Kampala Analytica has been for 3 years, there is a donor who wants organization to support organizations, youth-led organizations that have been there for 3 years. Then you can come up with an AI solution that alerts an organization like Kampala Analytica that based on the documents in our platform that you have loaded, there is this which matches you. And then you use an AI system that alerts Kampala Analytica and say, this call should be of interest to you. You see how that would be very simple? Instead of again saying you are even going to the donor. Meaning, for donors, what you only, and I don't want to use donor because let's use development partners. So because you're helping these organizations get development partners that they are qualified to operate with because of the thematic areas. Like the other guys will want AI, and you know Kampala Analytica deals in AI. They want organizations that have operated for like 5 years. As Kampala Analytica operated for 5 years, then all those kind of things, and then you just design a solution that alerts them and say, look up, this one is of interest to you. A solution as simple as that. Then all these other complexity are things that you can scale up later. Because you need to do something that is first of all feasible, workable, and you can start with, and then you immediately, and then scale it up later. And by the way, these solutions we are doing, we are not just stopping here at this hackathon, because we have CSOs we work with, over 20 CSOs. And for example, I would imagine CSO network like ToroNet and their members benefiting from this. That one, there is key corruption out of you. There's a call for proposals for corruption. All they need is you must have operated these years, and then you send an alert to their respective. So that would be more practical, it would be more localized, and it will be more viable. Yes, you need to look at that balance. I know I have read your concept. It's a very good concept, but you're trying to think you can bite more than you trying to create both these balances, which is the one derailing you. Yeah.
I think part of what I wanted to ask will really be addressed if you went the approach that he talks about, a simplified solution that sort of gives, if my headache as a civil society organization is more of like, I always have to routinely check online for calls for, you know, can you make that easy that comes to my inbox if I haven't subscribed, you're doing the job of, that's just an example. But I also had a question. I was just grappling with the with the fact that I'm not sure whose problem this is. Is this a donor problem you're addressing or a civil society problem you're addressing? You know, like I'm failing to place it. Or maybe, okay, maybe it's for both. It will benefit both. But if you were to paint for me a picture of who's in, like, if you were to give a percentage, who's benefiting, who needs this more than the other?
I would think it's 50-50. Because on the other side, these people, the CSOs need funding, but then they are having a problem getting them. And they have a problem of being biased through maybe the cause, maybe someone doesn't like how you look because you have to meet them physically, and then they're like, nah, I can't give it to you. So through us, you wouldn't have to physically meet and all that. So you would get the funding if you're qualified for it. On the other hand, the development partners suffer from manipulation. Yes, they want to give out, but at the end of the day, they only realize they've been manipulated after giving out the money. And so would help initially before him.
What is the problem that the CSO is dealing with in terms of funding? And what is the problem? And once you address that, because if you address a general problem, then you will fall into the issues that Mr. Okidi was saying. I'm actually that.
We'll surely do that.
It has never been a problem of a grantor to find a grantee. It has never. It has always been a problem of me who needs money to find a grantor.
Yes, that's very true.
And I want you to benchmark on funds for NGOs and Viva grants to fine-tune the idea.
Even opportunities for youth. But saying the AI element. Yes, so what you need to do is, whose problem exactly? You see, you're getting derailed because you want to balance both. You have a very good solution that is getting derailed because you want to even help someone who doesn't need your help. You see that? Because remember that the criteria of selecting a grantee is something that an outsider can never do. It is an internal process of organizations based on their systems, based on their rules, and based on their criteria. Which criteria you can never influence. For you, all you can do is to identify and say there is this call here. It needs this kind of experience, and you have it, and you alert them. By the way, that is an achievement. That is already is an achievement. You know, sometimes in simplicity, sophistication is actually in simplicity. Why? Because everyone thinks so complex. When you tell someone to do something, they are thinking very broad, complex things, which may even never end up working, and they forget that the things simple what works.
Thank you, Dr. Katede, for. Okay. Luckily, I have a background from both civil society and also now the development partner, and I'm going to give you perspectives on either side. What I see when I read from your presentation is not just one solution, but two. Because you are literally trying to balance something which cannot be balanced. The perspective of a development partner or a grantor, for lack of a better word, when they are looking out for a specific partner, it is not a uniform sort of approach. Some people have specific needs that for you to focus on, you need to have a relationship with that partner or that development partner. There is no way you're going to come to development partner X and direct them, or they ask them to direct you on what they want if you don't have that relationship. So before we even go into looking at the development partner perspective, have we thought about establishing those connections? Now, the biggest development partners are not actually in Uganda. Their foundations abroad. How do they come to trust you? So we are looking at local solutions to address challenges, or maybe with the hope of escalating it further. So solution 2 that I see is you trying to bridge the gap between a funder and a CSO by saying CSO X, there is opportunity Y which you can approach or try, but you as well-found, you do not have control over. So what I see is you giving false hope to civil society with this approach that with us, it's guaranteed that you will get this kind of resource. So I want you to look back and focus more on a side that is favorable, which I highly recommend the civil society side here in Uganda. The relationship that you should look at between the development partner and the CSO should be one which is symbiotic. Dr. Katende, what is symbiotic in local? A win-win, okay? But you should lean more towards the civil society, all right? Generally, I look at you just as a data collection platform. Organization X is interested and hopes to get funding. There is a what? There is a solution that receives your documents, and then with time it will match you with a donor. But the element of matching is not being brought out well. So how about you go with a small example? This is not what we are proposing or what Chris was proposing, but I'm just giving it as an example that partner X has sent out a call for proposals and it is going to run for 3 months. Who are the people in our database that qualify? Alert them. I want you to be different from websites or solutions that ask people to subscribe. Okay? You need to be more of interactive with the people that you deal with. What's the difference that you're making as a solution? I'm going to call you guys a solution because you are addressing a problem. So if the solution is civil society in the rural areas do not have access to donor. Yes, So you look out and say, okay, now how do I support an organization in Fort Portal? There's this donor. These are the things. Now you start by creating relationships with organization X, Y, Z. Get to learn them. I don't know where your background is, but if you have a background with both civil society, then you will completely understand and agree with me that these are completely different trajectories. One, a donor will never lack someone to support because the money is there and the people can always customize solutions or yes. And I like the idea that you're trying to address what I'm going to call fraud, that people customizing their applications to suit what the donor wants. But if you have a relationship with a CSO, you know them, you've visited them, you know their strength, you've assessed, you don't even need their documents. You can stand surety by saying, we are backing up organization X, Y, and Z because this and this and this. Should they require documentation, they reach out to you. Now, mediation element is something that we do not have. Okay? Then the issue of solicited and unsolicited grants. How do you intend to address that? Because now, I don't think some development partners even send out call for proposals. Things are changing. So you'll hardly see someone or a development partner X saying, we wish to support organizations in this and these are requirements. It's very, very rare. Now, people are hiring advisors to simply spot them for you because people are running away from this. This is a call, 10,000 applicants. We don't have the time to look through 10,000 applications. Now, that is where the AI comes in. You shoot, eliminate, and that is the way to go. So I highly recommend that you choose a side. You are either for X or Y, but choose wisely. Yeah. Thank you.
My question is, are you sure that there is no innovation like that? Because I know there is something called Granta AI already, and it actually articulates everything that you've mentioned there. But I think, yes, what it misses is local context. Local context, yeah? So if you can look at something local to attract global funding, that's better. Thank you.
So Andrew NG, one of the pioneers of AI, said that 2024 was a year of agentic AI. Agentic AI, agents. I'm not sure whether 2025 will be agentic AI as well, but I feel agentic AI, having an AI to remind you to go for short call, it could be the way to go, right? So make sure that your solution becomes like an agentic AI, like a supporter in your pocket, to remind you deadlines, such like deadlines or those kind of simple things. Then you can scale to the complexity after you've understood the market. We are time bad. We need to break off, but I first want to recognize people who came in a bit late. Let them introduce themselves, and then we know that we are in. But you can go and sit.
Thank you. My name is Moses Katende, and I lead the team at the Environment Parliament, but we also run the Climate Action Leadership Incubator. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Waiswa. I work with GIZ under the governance program.
I thought Brian had already introduced me. But yes, I'm called Edward Seruchacha. I work with GIZ as a technical advisor on rule of law, governance, and democracy. I just want to give out a shout out to some of the groups. I've had the benefit of seeing your work. I think it coming from the grassroots is something that we must acknowledge and celebrate. And your good efforts are appreciated. Something else? I don't belong to any parliament, like a doctor. I'm a citizen. Yes. So guys, enjoy your lunch. And GIZ is happy for the work that you do.
Let us pray for the lunch. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for protection. And Lord, we pray that as we go to share this meal, you bless and sanctify it in Jesus' name. Amen. Yes, we
So number one is kick corruption out of Uganda.
Dear members, we are going to have 5 minutes for the pitch. 5 minutes. So time, I am going to be the timekeeper. So after 3 minutes, I'll warn you so that you are aware that you have 2 more minutes so that you factor your presentation within the 5 minutes. We have on this side, we have the judges, with the exception of Tasilo, who is going to close the ceremony officially. But on this line, those are the people who are going to allocate you marks. And so you make sure you, and then Victor, can you tell them the criteria? Yeah.
I guess just to remind you all, like I had said earlier, aside from your ability to present, you'll be judged against 6 key areas. Design implementation and feasibility of the idea, the innovation, and in this case, is the idea unique? Is it actually aimed at solving the overall problem? Then there is the third being potential impact of the solution. The fourth being business value. The fifth being teamwork and gender balance, and the sixth being your ability to show how AI is going to be implemented within the solution.
So I think it is now clear what criteria will be used to arrive at the top 3. And I am also aware that each of you has already been allocated with the number of presentations. You know the order. And I think the first team is, I think number 1 to present is KQ, which is Kick Corruption out of Uganda. You may take the floor. The floor is yours. Like I said, I'm going to be reminding you 3 minutes after your presentation, so you're aware that you have 2 more minutes.
The panelists, ladies and gentlemen, we are a team from Kick Corruption out of Uganda, and this team is AI Cross team. Presentation about AI corruption, reporting and accountability system. Imagine a Uganda where every citizen has the power to report and talk about corruption without fear. A society where every stolen coin meant for public service is tracked, and every bribe is exposed. Today, we present about, go back. Today, we present about a groundbreaking solution to make this dream a reality. AI corruption reporting and accountability system. We at Key Corruption out of Uganda are proud to champion this innovative solution of leveraging artificial intelligence for social accountability in our communities. Who doesn't want to see trust back in our country in accountability structures and governance structures in Uganda, with Kigezi region being no exception? Corruption is not just a word. It is a silent thief stealing Uganda's future, costing the country trillions of money and eroding public trust. Transparency International ranks Uganda as 142nd out of 180 countries on Corruption Perception Index. In Kigezi, corruption manifests predominantly in the procurement process, misuse of public funds, and service delivery. For instance, a report by the Office of the Auditor General conducted in 2022 revealed that 20% of funds allocated for to local government projects were misappropriated in Western Uganda, including Kigezi region. Also, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics Public Service Delivery Survey conducted in 2021 revealed that 46% of citizens had experienced bribery when trying to access essential services, including education and health care. Despite of numerous anti-corruption efforts, citizens face challenges, including lack of secure reporting platform, fear of reprisals, and limited trust in accountability systems. However, continue. Our solution is AI Class, which will be a mobile-based application designed for citizens to report instances of corruption and abuse of public office. The app will use AI to analyze and identify corruption cases. This action data will then be shared with relevant authorities, including anti-corruption agencies, civil society organizations, policymakers, and to drive accountability. The goal is to enhance accountability and transparency for improved service delivery. Together, we can rewrite Uganda's story. Imagine a future where every Ugandan has the power to hold corrupt systems accountable. AI Class is not just a tool. It is a movement of facilitating communities, promoting accountability and transparency for improved service delivery. Let's make this vision a reality. Join us in creating a corruption-free society today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Kick Corruption.
Kick Corruption out of Uganda. We've listened to your pitch. Good luck. We shall listen to what the judges will tell us about your project later. So you can take your seats. Let's clap for them. Okay, number 2. Yes, the second is Empower Youth in Technology, EIT, Uganda. EIT is based in Mbarara. The first KQ is based in Kabale. So EIT, you're going to start at exactly 13 minutes past 3, and you'll be ending at 18 minutes past 3.
Okay.
So are you sure your slides are okay now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then you can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Taima Smith from Empower Youth in Technology. Our client, Scholar Sayit, we are based in Mbarara, together with my friend,
Tashovia Treasure, also based at the
Can you imagine that CSOs worldwide, they contribute, CSOs in Uganda, can you imagine CSOs in our world are contributing to the development and service delivery in the countries where they are based? According to National Bureau for Non-Governmental Organization, Uganda has 5,021 CSOs. These CSOs participate in service delivery and development in areas like health, education, entrepreneurship, and so many other factors. But despite that, these CSOs have continued to face the challenge of visibility and limited expertise or they have continued to face visibility challenge and full communicating to their community. Like they have continued to face the way to communicate to their community or to their target audience. And this challenge is being brought by limited budgets, and these civil society organizations are unable to employ expertise who are capable of marketing. So if these things continue to happen, what I would like you to see? We like to see these CSOs losing out on fundings, losing out on partnership and stakeholder engagements. And on the other hand, Uganda has over 13.3 internet users and 2.6 million active social media users. And these people have big following, and it is said from Uganda Communications Commission that 70% of these active social media users are the youths. And they have big following. And these people who are following these youths are actually the target audience these civil organizations are looking for. My question is, why is this civil society organization still not getting their target audience? Why? And then we have these people who have the audience that we actually want. Thank you.
So how does it come in? We have developed an AI-powered solution that brings together these CSOs and connects them to social media users who can easily tap into their target audiences. So how is AI coming into this solution? AI will help CSOs to optimally create social media campaigns that can easily be consumed by their target audiences, and these campaigns are going to be made basing on the demographics of their target audiences, location, and the languages as well. So we also the AI also continues to find out the AI also continues to target social media users who can easily become a linkage to the target audiences and the CSOs. So continue. Our business model, we are targeting over 2,000 CSOs in Uganda and 1 million social media. We are also looking for onboarding 1 million social media users, generating $10 on each subscription paid by the CSOs. That is around $120 every year. So we are also looking forward to charge a 15% commission per campaign successfully made. So this will help us to generate around $315 annually, which will help us to sustain our operations as well. So we have a team of 8, 2 women and 6 gents who are looking forward to drive this system to life and help us as we are bringing the CSOs closer to their targets, one campaign at a time.
Okay. Yeah, you are also within time. The third, can we have the third group? Yeah, the third group seems to be Apex Solutions. Apex, you're starting at exactly 19 minutes past 3, and so you'll be ending at 24 minutes past 3. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Treasure Rachel at Kunda, and I'm representing Apex. And we are coming up with an app, which is a web app that is going to be matching donors, that is going to be matching project, that is going to be matching development partners with the people who are seeking the funding. And so it is going to leverage the use of AI, the previous one, please. It's going to be leveraging the use of AI to create customized opportunities for these people who are seeking fund as we create trust through the use of blockchain. So imagine as a CSO having to apply to 50 different organizations seeking for funding, and for each of those applications you have to attach documents day in, day out. It is quite tiresome and frustrating at the same time. Next one, please. And so why it is very frustrating is because there is prolonged search. They bring you a list of options. For example, if you just searched on Google right now and put girl child education funding, they'll bring a whole list of very many things, close to 15 pages, and then you have to read all through all that and look for which one to apply for. And that can be very frustrating. It can take a lot of time, and yeah, and then the reason number 2 as to why it can be very frustrating is that there is information overload. You do not know which one will suit you. Is it on page 5? Is it on page 3? Which exact one? And you cannot apply for all of them for you to be lucky and win maybe one. Next one, please. And so To solve all that, we are looking at creating a tool that can bring about customized opportunities using AI. In this, we are hoping that when you apply with the app, you're going to put your details, as you can see here. You're going to put your details here, then we'll ask you for these documents, and through the documents, we are going to do data scraping from the internet, all the calls that there are from the internet. And so we'll try to see, according to your documents, using AI, we use the algorithm of AI, which one can suit you. So we'll do the matching between you and the available calls. Okay, and the available calls.
I'm just telling you that you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, and the available calls, so you get your match. When you get your match, you will automatically get a notification on your phone because you've given us your profile, which includes your email and your contact and everything. And so we'll send you a notification which has a link to this call. Yes, and so you will be able to apply, to read and apply on the website where it is. Where the links sends you is where you apply. And so that way you do not have to go through 10 pages looking for which one to apply for. And then where blockchain comes in from is that when you give us your documents here, they are very immutable. And so that way, these, they are very immutable. And so in that way, we can create trust in a way that you're not going to edit them. And when you edit them, you're going to tell us the reason as to why you're editing. And in case you get a match and later you do an edit, this person is going to see the reason you did an edit is because you added maybe a degree or you added a new document, and so you needed to update your CV. And so that will increase your rank using our AI. And so how is this going to help? So it's going to empower the SCOs by connecting them to the relevant funders. There will be no hassle of looking through who can fund me and who cannot fund me. And so it will be so easy. So it will be the broker guy for you to do just the application. And so there will be a lot of, it will enhance transparency. And so we'll make sure that the donor is getting something worthy, because using our blockchain, you cannot edit.
Time. Okay, conclude just in 30 seconds.
Okay. The trust is that you cannot edit. And so this donor is able to trust you. And so we'll build that brand where donors eventually can come and trust the people that are working with us, the CSOs. And then the business value is that, of course, we'll be charging some subscription fees for those who want the premium version.
Okay, thank you, Apex Solutions. We can clap for them. So the next is Yahweh Foundation.
being sorted, I'll be telling you a small story. In 2019, a parish called...
Alpha, let's have one conversation.
In 2019, a parish called Kijura received 9 boreholes from 2 different entities, and one was a CSO and another one was a government agency. Yet, the neighboring parishes didn't get any borehole. So, all the 9 boreholes were given to one NGO, to one parish, yet others missed out on getting boreholes because the agencies didn't know that another entity had already given them boreholes. And in the same way...
Okay, so just a minute. Let me start to time you. Yeah, so we can... So as long as you're done, Alban, I'll start the timing.
So, as I continue with the story, Uhinga Primary School, which is in an urban area, gets more than 3 reusable pads training in 1 year, yet the rural schools which need that training more don't get any. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to show more services like those are being duplicated to the same areas, and yet other areas are missing out on those services, yet they would need to use it more. This is to show that there are current challenges, which are lack of a centralized database, lack of a collaboration between all the CSOs in Rwenzori region, and also there is the...
I suggest you actually wait for the slides, yeah. I suggest if it can be scrolled that way, you let it be the way it is, yeah. Okay, so Alban, what's the problem?
Okay. Okay. As I was telling the story, Kijura got 9 boreholes and neighboring villages ended up not getting it. They're urban areas and they also need a reliable source of water. So different areas we have challenges of centralized database, duplicated efforts, and inaccurate data within our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we bring the Civic Neuroanalytics Systems. Civic Neuroanalytics System will be a platform that will be centralizing civic data into an analysis tool, which is going to build actionable insights for NGOs and CSOs to perform and impactful projects. What are the features of CNAS? CNAS will be a centralized database. NGOs will be collecting their data reports and uploading them to CNAS, and CNAS will be using AI to analyze and identify the patterns within the regions, and also will dynamically generate reports which will be having actionable insights. Who are our target? Our target users are NGOs, local government agencies, and development partners. And how will they benefit? NGOs will benefit by improved efficiency and collaboration. Local government agencies will also get data-driven insights for effective interventions, and development partners will get accurate data funding will make accurate data funding decisions to make impactful decisions for the project. Ladies and gentlemen, we are our foundation, and we have a staff of over 30 people, and the 16 of them are female, but CNAS will be allocated, five staff will be allocated to CNAS, and 2 of them are women with 3 men. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, civil society organizations are the backbone of our community. So making sure their services are well allocated is the right way to go. Thank you very much.
Girl Potential Care Center. final presentation, right? So after this presentation, this is what we're going to do. We shall excuse the judges. They can use the back office to go and do their discussions and impressions and compute their results. While for us here, we shall also just be having a conversation while we wait. Okay, so this is the last group, Girl Potential Care Center. You're starting at exactly 38 past 3. And so at 43.
It was a distraction.
Okay, let's start afresh.
Katutu is a 15-year adolescent girl studying from Buhinga Primary School. She has just gotten a boyfriend and is very excited about pleasing the boyfriend. On their plan on doing the deed on Thursday, they decide to use a morning after pill to avoid pregnancy. Katutu goes to a nearest health clinic and asks a nurse, "How can I get a morning after pill?" The nurse gives them that frustration of, as a young person, why are you looking for a pill at your age? Katutu is frustrated, so she runs away to ask her friend. Her friend says, "You can have sex while standing, or you can jump after sex and you'll not get pregnant." Of course, Katutu takes her friend's advice. Katutu is pregnant, dropped out of school, and her parents are very angry. Young people are normally frustrated by we are normally frustrated by our parents, teachers, and also health facility workers due to their hostile way of talking to us about certain topics of sexual reproductive health and rights. Also, culturally and religiously, a young woman talking about sex is seen as obscene or an ill-mannered child. As Girl Potential Care Center, we are creating or developing an AI-powered chatbot that is embedded in a Youth Scroll Lock magazine that is also digital, that shares sexual reproductive health and rights, sex education in simplified comics to enable Katutu to access information. We will use AI to not only feed it emotional and common scenarios that young people face in accessing sexual reproductive health and rights. On our platform, the chatbot will have an option of Katutu talking to an AI health specialist who will handle health-related issues. We'll also have a spot for an AI peer who can talk to Katutu, giving her factual information for making the right choices on what to do. We'll also add an AI mental health specialist in case Katutu is a victim of early pregnancy. This AI mental health specialist will kubudabuda her in order not to give up on life. We are not just going to work alone. We believe that most of the CSOs, their thematic areas is enabling adolescent health and well-being. We plan to work with CSOs to co-create content that will be tailored and youth-friendly to enable Katu to make an informed decision. We will also work with district and regional health facilities to enable them be more kind to young people, to enable them easily access sexual reproductive health and rights. Our aim is to make sure that we reduce teenage pregnancies in Rwenzori, but also enable young people enjoy, but also live life freely without worrying about the perception community has on their sexual reproductive health and rights. Our main goal here is to ensure that all stakeholders, we are not only going to work with the decision makers, we are going to work with young people as well to understand which areas would they like to learn, where would they like support in, so that we create an AI chatbot that is tailored and also accurate to the user's needs. Our team is comprised of young people. You can see I'm young. And also, we will also work with people who are health specialists that have extensive knowledge to enable us design a platform for young people, with young people, because we believe you can't create a solution without the young people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that has been the last speech. So the judges can use the back place to do to collect their results. Sorry? Okay, the boardroom app. So you can use the boardroom app while the rest of us wait for your results. So how long? Okay, 10 minutes. So in the 10 minutes also we can stretch, and we like to say thank you for all of you. So let's stretch as we wait for the judges. Yeah. Okay, let's relax. No tension here. No tension. Yeah. can we have all our judges back? Brian, Rosemary. Yeah. Okay. So, Brian and Marshall, can we have you? Okay. Yes. Okay, so at this juncture, we come back the judges. And I want the judges to first use 2 minutes each to give us their impressions without announcing the final winner. There might be some observations that they have made, or there is maybe some particular communication that they want to pass across. So let me start with the Alban.
Good evening, everyone. So I must say it's been a good time having been together from 16th to today. You guys clap for yourselves. You've all done well. You have improved. The way on the first day I was a bit scared, but today you guys, you made it hard for us to even choose because you're all too good. Okay? So we are available as the judges for maybe in case you need to know which areas you can improve, but all your ideas are really so good and so nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you. It wasn't easy to grade the marks because you were all good in all aspects. Although maybe also special attention could be also need to put on the business value, because it's quite very important to know, if an activity or a project is going to be implemented, what is the business in there, because that is how sustainability of such a project goes about. It's also good to think about how it is going to be the uptake of this project, how it's going to be implemented. Is it easy for the users or the target beneficiaries? Are they likely to take it up? But these are things that were really thought through, and I can say congratulations to all of you.
Good evening. I think I'll start by saying you've all done a good job, and we're all proud of you. We are proud of all the efforts you have made, and we hope that you can begin to appreciate all your efforts as well. From the very beginning, we've really seen you guys grow and be the best that you can be. And I know we're specifically told not to announce the winners, but I must say you're all winners, so you should all be proud of the work that you have put in. Thank you.
Okay. First of all teams, we appreciate all teams that participated. And at this particular juncture, I want to invite Tassilo to stand next to Marshall so that we first start by awarding certificates to all teams before going to the announcement of the three. Let us start with KickU. Okay, let's start with Apex Solution. The teams of Apex Solution, you can come and receive your certificate and then, yeah, shake hands. Yes.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Can we have Girl Potential Care Center team?
Eight. KickU. Yahweh Foundation.
Yes, yes, so I want to request, no, Tasilo, first stand there. At this particular moment, I want to request everyone so that we can have a photo, a joint photo for all of us, participants and everyone. So all of us, yeah. And even judges, yeah. Yes, everyone.
Yeah, 2 rows. The shorter ones will go in front.
Okay, so, okay. Okay, can we settle and concentrate? Because we are reaching the climax of this particular hackathon. So we have, out of the 5 finalists, we have the panel of judges has arrived at 3 projects, and those 3 projects will be announced. And the 3 projects are the ones that, for now, the judges have agreed that we can continue to work with. It doesn't mean that if time allows or other resources come in, we shall not work with all the other projects. And we are going to announce that shortly. But I was thinking that we first have some remarks from our chief guest today, is Tasilo, who is going to be the one to issue out the checks. So at the end of his speech is when we are going to invite the projects that emerged top 3. And so let me use this particular, but first, on behalf of the team at Kampala Analytica, allow me just make a few remarks and then invite Tasilo to also make remarks on behalf of GIZ. And then we can close it up by announcing the 3 projects that emerged on the top. As Kampala Analytica, we are very much honored to host this particular hackathon. Why? Because this hackathon is very important, because we are trying to all look at new approaches for civic engagement, and core to the methodology. We think if we can have design thinkers within civil society, then we shall be able to navigate the emerging civic context, which has a lot of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. And this particular hackathon has been very important in piloting. And I think each and every one of you should be very proud about what you've achieved so far by coming to this particular. Remember that we had over 20 projects, 20 applicants, and to make it in the top 5, as the top 5 teams, it is a very big achievement. And even the process of the hackathon, Victor, Alban, Maureen, and the entire team from GIZ have actually been giving you tips on on design thinking, how you can even leverage on design thinking in your specific organizations. All these things that you've been doing, including pitching, next time you can actually even pitch better. Yeah, because these are skills that will forever remain with you, and there are very important skills in your engagement within the civic context. So as Kampala Analytica, we are going to remain in constant contact with you. And by the way, this is even not the last hackathon. For some of you whose projects may not make it to the first 3, we are still going to have, Kampala Analytica is going to have more hackathons. I have already announced, and Marshall will later project, that we are even going to have a civic hackathon that will, rather an election hackathon called the UG2526 hackathon, which is still another opportunity for you to pitch your ideas, participate, and also encourage us to move on collaboratively. So on my side, and on behalf of the Kampala Analytica, we are very grateful, and let us keep on working together and collaborating. It is for me, what excites me most is seeing young people begin to embrace design thinking and begin to operate and push as part of civil society, very strategic approaches, such as the kind of projects you've shown. Marsha, are you ready? Okay, maybe later. But at this particular juncture, let me invite Tassilo to give remarks on behalf of GIZ, but also has our chief guest for tonight. And thereafter, we shall read out the 3 projects, and then he also hands over what is required to hand over to the 3 projects. Okay, but before that, like I said earlier on, we also want to today launch what we call the UG 256 Election Hackathon. And this is, as you leave this hackathon, this is also another opportunity. So hackathons are not going to end. And in this particular hackathon, we want to see how can we leverage technology to promote electoral integrity and transparency. Like one among the themes you can see, how can AI be used or technology be used to protect and promote electoral integrity? And also issues around using technology to provide data, electoral data verification, promote inclusive and safe elections, information integrity, and also provide electoral conflict early warning. So that is also something to think about. And the good thing, you already have all this knowledge that you can be using to design these particular technologies. So at this juncture, let me invite Tassilo to give remarks on behalf of GIZ and also as chief guest to perform the important honor of announcing the 3 projects and then also handing over the checks to the 3 projects. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Dear Christopher, dear participants, dear colleagues from GIZ, and obviously the whole Kampala Analytica team. So first of all, I have to thank you because you actually are realizing one of my dreams since I'm a program manager at GIZ. In 2017, I had the opportunity to participate in the GIZ Innovation Fund. It was the first year they were doing an innovation fund, and they wanted us to pitch ideas and to then develop those ideas using the design thinking methodology. And there was 250 ideas that were pitched, and my team was one of the 6 teams that was invited to Berlin, and we then had an opportunity to work and to learn really to use the design thinking methodology. And that was a great experience for me because I really learned how much value it brings to work with an inspiring group using the design thinking methodology. And having this opportunity, I always thought I want, the partner organization, civil society here in Uganda, to also have the opportunity to work with design thinking and develop solutions that really matter to solve problems of communities. And I think with this hackathon here, we've made a big step into that direction. As I said, we're selected as one of the 6 teams. But I will tell you one thing. We didn't win. So at the end of the day, there were 3 winning teams. And so we were somewhere between 4 and 6. I don't know exactly. But I tell you, it didn't matter. Because actually the biggest win there was actually that we learned how to develop a solution, how to go about, identifying a problem, putting ourselves into the shoes of potential users of the solution, and then trying out, prototyping, and constantly iterating. And we worked on it for 6 months. We were not selected, but we didn't give up. And that's what I want to tell the teams, to those teams that might not be selected today. Don't give up. If you have a good idea, continue working on it and continue believing in it, but also listen. Listen to what the stakeholders tell you and adapt your idea so that it becomes better. So the solution that we developed at that time wasn't good enough. We continued working on it. And 1.5 years later, it was actually implemented by the Office of the Auditor General in Ghana. So 2019, it was launched as a tool, and it still exists now. So I've actually verified just before speaking. I wanted to know if it still exists, but it's still used by the audit service in Ghana 5 years later. And we don't have anything to do with it anymore. It's independent of us. And I think that's also a beautiful thing. You know, when you work on a solution, it's being developed and it's running, you know, in independently. So my message is that basically, as he said, you're all winners. Not because everyone is going to go home with a check. No, that's not going to happen. But everyone here has the tools now to develop solutions in the future, to support communities, to integrate AI for problem solving. And that is much more important than maybe the small support that we're going to give at this juncture to some of the teams. So I really wanted to emphasize this. The second point is obviously the financial support that we're providing in this project that we're running with Kampala Analytica is a project that is being funded by the German government and the European Union via the Civil Society in Uganda support program. The objective of the Civil Society in Uganda support program is to ensure that we have financially sustainable civil society organizations that have an impact on the life of citizens here in Uganda. So my wish is that you continue being committed to the communities in which you work. And if you work with these communities, you listen to the communities, you find out what their problems are, and you are able to identify solutions for their problems, you will continue to be relevant and you will continue to be good partners for CASP and also for other development partners. So today, this was sort of a trial for you. This was a hackathon from which you've benefited this time because you've been learning. But it's definitely not the end of the journey. And also to the teams that are going to get some financial support, this is also the start of it. Now you're going to get into the tough work of really developing the solution that will hopefully then deliver for the communities in Central and Southwestern Uganda. So with this, I think we should go now over to the moment. I have no idea who won. So you told me to announce who won, but I have no idea. And maybe Alban. Hi.
So you start from number 3, number 2.
They're not ranked. Okay. But
so you just select the 3.
yes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me give you the mic.
It is important to announce the order. Yeah, because it is important. People need to know the ranking, even when, yeah.
All right. I happened to be the secretary of the judges. Wasn't the judge myself, I was their secretary. And I was tasked to read. So there were 4 judges. While you were presenting, from the 4 areas they had highlighted, they were giving marks. So each judge would give his marks, each judge would give his marks. While they were tallying together the results, what was done is each judge said, for example, Civic New Ruler, Marshall gave them 40, Tassilo gave them 40, Okidi gave them 40, Alban gave them 40. So we would get the average. So we added the average for all of teams for each of the judges. Then we had to add. So after adding, that was where the interesting bit came in. From the opinions of the judges, from the opinion of the judges, the team that had the highest average was Empower Youth in Technology, who scored 170. They scored an average of 170. Eight media up. Congratulations, guys. I can't wait to sign up as an influencer. Hopefully, I get some money from your system when I sign up as an influencer. Hope you have it. 170 average. Average, yeah. This is the highest score. Yeah, and interestingly, there were two teams that tied on the average score. So these guys had 170, and then two other teams tied who are closest to them. So the two teams that tied each got 164 average, meaning 8 beat them by 6 points, yeah. One of the teams that got us 164 was Katutu. Katutu put up a really big fight. She didn't come all the way from Fort to play games. Congratulations, Katutu and the team. Congratulations, Katutu. Have you got the photo?
What I have not been in a judge, no, but I want to say what I really liked about the presentation was the storytelling. No, when you make a problem personal, it speaks to people. So I think for me that's also learning. When I see someone talking about, or when someone says, okay, this girl got pregnant because she couldn't get advice, then I realize, oh, how important would it be that young women get this type of information so that they can make good decisions and not decide or not think that if they jump around they wouldn't get pregnant. So I really thank you for this, because that's what creates empathy. When you see the person in front of you, I could see Katutu and I could see her disappointment, and also this question. The information is there. Why didn't it get to the right person? So congratulations, and I think that's the best practice that we should all learn from.
Storytelling, Katutu. Then, like I said, two teams tied at 164. The other team that tied with Katutu is Apex Tech Solutions. Apex Tech Solutions, donor matching platform. Congratulations, the Apex team. Tasila should be in the picture. Yeah. Well done, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. It's okay? Yeah, that was it. I don't think it's necessary to the rest of the marks. Oh, yeah. That encouraged, yeah. Like I said, 170 average. Katutu 164 average. Apex 164 average. The closest, the next was Yahweh Foundation, Civic New Ruler, 142. 142.
Congratulations as well. As I said, no losers here. Everyone learned what skills. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. And then the next team, I suppose, is Kichu.
Yeah, the next team is KQ. With, yeah.
Still the best name of all.
KQ. Congratulations, the KQ team. Thank you. Thank you. KQ should start looking at the election hackathon.
So thank you very much. The judges, should we also shake their hands? I think that's important. Thank you for the good work. Actually, Victor, for the last 3 days, Mr. Tassilo, yeah, you need to shake their hands. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything. We thank the judges, we thank GIZ, and it is good Tassilo is here. I want to tell you a very interesting story. Rosemary here, when the very first time when we were ideating about this project, Rosemary came with the, what were they? Hey, pin boards. Yeah. Rosemary came with pin boards. We were at our boardroom. And then she told us that, you see, from our assessment as GIZ, Kampala Analytica is up there talking very serious, complex ideas about AI. Kampala Analytica needs to come down to the local people and begin to talk about artificial intelligence. And I think that should be a very interesting story for you, that we've walked this journey from pinning those boards up to an hackathon, which is very impactful and beginning to shape a new approach to civic engagement. Now, all these people you see in this room are now cadres who will use design thinking in their various institutions to make decisions. And also, they are now competent people to begin addressing the new civic context that we find ourselves in. Sometimes we say that there's a shrinking civic space, which is true for various reasons. But some of the reasons that we can use to get around this is innovation. And you know, innovation taps into young energies of young people. And I think continuing with this approach will get very many young people to engage in civic engagement from their points of passion. I always tell people about how Kampala Analytica uses design thinking. For us, this is how we approach it. When I think of an idea that we have to do it, I simply tell Marshall, let us do an election hackathon. And then when Marshall appreciates it, he says, yeah, I think this is a visible idea. And then now he can co-create his own ideas within the same. So the beauty about this is it builds teamwork, it builds synergies, and you can see how the synergy between GIZ, Kampala Analytica, Design Without Borders, data science, and the various CSOs that we work with has created this kind of perspective. So this is a journey that we are going to walk in together. For the 3 projects, we are going to provide you with mentorship. I know we have already been talking about some ideas that you factor it in. So we are not going to leave you alone in the implementation, because we are going to work with you in the journey so that your product is something that is realizes fruition, and it is also something that we roll out to the various CSOs that we work with, that most of you are even familiar with, and then we engage in the ideas. I'll always look out for Kampala Analytica programs. We shall always be working together until we manage to succeed and build this system and spread the idea and build a cadreship around civic engagement from a more strategic approach. On behalf of Kampala Analytica, the team, Alban, our data and AI advisor, Alban is a resource you can always tap in. He appeared in the training. And then on behalf of Marshall, who is the project lead, but also the head of operations at Kampala Analytica. Abaho is seated there. Yes, then Joaquin, our finance. You may stand up so that you're seen, because in the next few days, people are going to demand their per diems and transport refund. So they need to know your face very well. Lorraine, yeah. Lorraine, who has rapporteured this, and he has also been part of the research at Kampala Analytica, and Richard also over there. On behalf of Kampala Analytica, we thank you so much, and let us keep the collaborations close. We still have a lot to do together. Thank you so much, and let us clap for ourselves. Okay, thank you so much. Unless there's any other communication, Marshall, any other communication? Brian, any other communication? Sorry. The after party was not planned for. And I think that is a very, I think next time, Marshall, you should factor in an after party. That is a very good feedback. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris, and the Kampala Analytica team, as well as all our participants. I can only continue when I get permission from my boss to speak. Usually, I cannot speak after him. But thank you very much. On behalf of the team that I work with, the Central Southwest team of the governance program at GIZ, we can't thank you more for walking this journey throughout this entire pilot. It has been full of, tremendous progress, I must say, right from the inception, and then the baseline surveys that were conducted, as well as the training that we held in Barara. You people have been very supportive towards this pilot, particularly to our partner, Kampala Analytica. I want to extend this appreciation to you guys for being part of us, and also wish that you extend the same appreciation to the teams that you've left behind for having been there with us throughout. Also, thank you very much for allowing to work with us on a Saturday like this. Usually Saturdays are for resting, but we are all here, and we put up a good spirit. To every winner, that is all of us here, we have won. The fact that we came here with nothing, I should say, and we have learned quite a lot in terms of knowledge. Without forgetting our technical person here, Victor. Victor has been a very patient person in terms of delivering the training throughout the 3 days, and I want to thank you on behalf of the team that you saw yesterday. They extend their sincere appreciation for walking this journey with these people. Most of the thanks back to you guys, and I look forward to working more with you. See you all next time. Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you so much, and we are still going to work together many more times. So I want to request all of us to stand outside where there's light, and we take another group photo, and then we can have tea and then depart from this place. Thank you so much. You're all welcome for outside here.